bring him into what is going on. So you let me ready up. And great, that's the one I want. Never starts on the one I want it to start on.
Of course not. That would be too easy.
Of course.
It's rebelling it's rebelling against you.
Well, unfortunately, I don't like. Not that it really needs much more work, but I don't think it's actually being worked on like actively anymore. So I don't think a bug report would do anything about that, and not that it's a really huge issue. It's just more of an annoyance than anything else. But anyway, it's been 2 weeks since the siege. And that was of a city in the Russell Gethy system, actually. You're pretty much right now going back into clan space. You're about a week out of Lothon on the Anakuma. Basically, you're attached to a jump ship. It's basically charging up, getting ready for its next jump. You all get called onto the bridge. Individually, they're basically just, you're in the middle of. Actually, what are you all up to currently? Let's start with Cheer, because you're at the top of the list in chat.
As always. So, like, for the duration of the time, or for the moment.
If you have an idea of what you've been doing for the last 2 weeks, you can definitely include that. But what you're doing at the moment is I'm at the very least at the end I'm gonna need that.
So Insui was isolating herself mostly either in her room, in her quarters, or in the gym.
In the gym?
Yeah.
Okay.
But for this particular day, she was just walking through the ship, looking around different mechs and fingers.
Just basically going for a bit of a wander. That tracks. Alrighty, for you, a young man in late teens, as best as you can tell, runs up to you. Star Captain Mellis would like to see you on the bridge, please. Right away. And then, like, after seeing that, basically after giving you the message, runs along to their other duties.
I would, Ainsley would sigh and turn towards the bridge. There.
Alrighty. Jade. What's Kirka up to?
About what time of the quote unquote day is it?
I'll say it's shortly after lunch.
Shortly after lunch. She is probably down in the brig, engaging in a history lesson slash clan philosophy debate with Johan, who, for his part, over the past couple of months, has been starting to soften his position on things and is beginning to be a little more amicable, not quite as much of a asshole as he's made himself out to be, and but is still very resistant to the idea of integrating into the Iron Badgers as a whole. So she's probably in the middle of a discussion with him about that.
Alrighty. Similarly with you, there's a runner sent for you. This time it's woman in her 20s somewhere. Runs up to you and basically relays the same message that your presence is required on the bridge.
In that case, I'd probably turn to Johan, let him know that we'll pick up on this conversation later, and I guess start making my way towards the bridge.
Alrighty, and last but not least, what's Deanna up to?
Deanna is down in the gym just sparring with one of the other guys, trying to get used to the adjustments Melanie made on her arm.
Alrighty. Yeah, once again, same thing. A runner comes to you. A younger woman, late teens, early 20s, runs up to you. Hey, can you're needed on the bridge. Star Captain Malice is requesting your presence.
Understood, thank you. And then, just to really drive the point home, she kicks this poor guy's ankles out from under him just to end the fight, before she grabs the towel and starts to follow.
When you do that, the runner that's sent for you lets out this like scared yelp and kind of like starts away. Like basically right as you do that.
Which in turn would get a frustrated sigh, but doesn't really stop her beyond, just showing up on the bridge, still telling herself off, has it on her head the way you see like boxers go into the ring.
As you all arrive on the bridge, in addition to the normal bridge crew and Star Captain Mellis, you actually see Jet standing there as well. And he looks at you, Kirka, and says, I've apparently been attached to your ad hoc unit to make it a full star for the next deployment.
Welcome aboard, then.
And
then I would turn to Melis and try turn to Melis and look him in the eye. So, what sort of mission are you dropping us on that requires a full star?
We are going to be going back into clan space. This time, our objective is on Lothon, which is currently being held by Clan Wolf. We have received word that they are stockpiling munitions. on one of the planets within this system. And we have been tasked with either destroying or capturing all of basically what is there. Johannes, how good of you to join us.
Hello, hello. Yes, I've had a guest showing up, so had to join as fast as I could.
Yeah, no worries.
How's everyone doing? Everything good?
We're doing good.
Though the comment about Johannes arriving was actually in character as well.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Little oopsie.
So we're gonna do
Comment,
a
I was simply, yes.
we're gonna do a slight flashback. You basically, so to catch you up, it's been 2 weeks since the siege, and you have been in transit this whole time. Currently, you're waiting for the jump ship that you are docked on to recharge its jump drive to make one more jump before you basically make your way on your next mission.
Oh, okay.
So where basically you're gonna get a summons to get to the bridge. It's basically just after lunch, so it's like early afternoon.
Yes.
So describe what you were up to. You can include like what you were doing previously for the last 2 weeks if you want, but the main thing that I would like you to stop on is what you were doing basically right now.
Okay. So as Johannes is preparing for the next jump, was in his personal quarters for reflecting on recent events, sitting upon I sit upon my desk thinking of recent events, scrolling through various forms of data on my data pad, all things nonsensical and logical, trying to put pieces together. And then I look behind me to make sure that uh, my the doors to my quarters is closed, and I reach for my coconut monkey, essentially removing a secret compartment from below and pulling out what appears to be pictures of my parents long ago. And take a quick glance and can help to give a small smile, but at the same time have a quick flashback of horrible events that had taken place that had unfortunately resulted in the death of them both. However, quickly I placed the picture back into the coconut monkey and grabbed my data pad and essentially got up and went straight for the bridge.
Okay.
With a data pad in hand.
Well, so as you're in your reverie, a knock comes at the door. You receive basically a young individual's like, "Hey, your presence is required on the bridge. Please be there as quick as you can." So then,
Oh, yes,
now,
will do.
why were you late? What happened to make you late to the bridge?
Essentially, I was. Let's see. What caused me to be late was essentially I was too busy looking. I was essentially questioning myself and my abilities to do better for the team. I felt a sense of
That was happening before you got the summons, though.
before.
Yes.
Oh,
Then you got the
before I
summons,
okay,
and then you were
I got
late.
the summons, and then I was late. Okay.
Justify your lateness in character.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Like,
Thank
set
you,
the
thank you.
scene as to
They had
why
an
you were
idea that
late.
Why is your
uh,
character late?
Oh, okay. Yes.
I had an idea
Um,
why. But,
Oh,
Oh,
I had
yes.
an idea too, but it wasn't going to be. Well, it was going to be a funny one, I thought.
like bump into
Okay,
someone.
so you see, Johannes kind of like scrambling out the door, and he's like sweat is kind of like going down his head. He has a data pad in hand. And he's kind of like running down down the corridor in a hurry. All of a sudden, he bumps into one of his fellow techies, and he's like, pardon me, sorry. The bridge, yes. On my way. I'm waiting. Yes. And then, of course, the techie looks at Johannes like, huh? Like confused, but then, okay, I'm at the bridge. Okay,
Okay.
I'm here. Yes. Uh, uh, sorry, I was busy. Very busy.
We were all busy, Johannes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Um, yes, Commander. What is that's we are about to do next? And sorry, I've had lots to do, lots to reflect.
The
Very busy.
I know we are very quite relaxed on this ship, but the title is Star Captain.
Yes, Dr. F. Yes, Dr. Captain. Yes. And
Try
Johannes,
not to be late in the future if you could.
So we would snicker.
Johannes can't help but kind of give like a slight like a squint at whoever may have laughed at him, but then quickly snaps his attention forward and remains in a serious and attentive stature.
Draco
Okay.
rolls her eyes.
So, as I was saying, we are preparing to jump into Clan Wolf space. We are to deal with, by either destroying or capturing, a weapons cache that is being, well, stocked in the Lothar system. So, I have brought Jet on board so that you can have a full star such as it is. Or at least most of a star to deal with this threat. You will be facing a small number of garrisoning Clan Wolf forces based on the reconnaissance I have been able to attain. And at this point, he brings up a hololithic map, and you see a few readouts. It looks to be essentially a light star that is protecting this this facility. What you see down here, you see that there are 2 kit fox, a fire moth, an adder, and the biggest mech that is that you can see a readout for is an ice ferret. And the facility itself, dude's on a map. Dude. Actually, that one.
Oh, and pardon me for interrupting really quick, but at the code for the
It should be in chat.
oh, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
You should just be able to pop in and ready up.
Okay.
That's okay. I'm currently drawing buildings. And by drawing buildings, I mean making rectangles.
Red rectangles.
I mean, they're easier to see than black ones would be.
There we go. Oh, you said it was in chat, right?
Yes. In the Mechwarrior Destiny main chat in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, for being in between, when the map and the max would show up, Enzui would slightly whistle as to indicate her got the word surprise.
I know these are big, but that's okay. Um,
Also, if you could please reload the map.
yeah, I'm not done yet.
Oh,
Give me a second. I will reload it when I'm ready. I'm putting stuff on there. It is a word I do not spell very often. Barracks is CKS, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. It just didn't look right. One of those weird, stupid words in the English language.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then one more over here. Administration.
I can't think of any hard Russian words for some reason.
That's supposed to be a D. But that, I don't know. The English language is dumb. And I say this wholeheartedly as a English is my first language.
I could say the same sometimes about Russian and Kazakh languages.
Okay. So essentially this is the the spread of the buildings, of the structures. Now, I am unsure if there are no reports as to what the other 3 buildings are. One of them could be a mech bay. It would make sense, but we have not been able to obtain that intelligence. Do you have any questions?
So to clarify, the objective is capture or destroy.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there anything in particular we need to be on the lookout for?
The intel that I have provided you is all I have been able to attain, or is all that was provided for me.
Fair enough.
As I mentioned, there is a light star as far as a garrisoning force. However, they may have other forces elsewhere, planet side, that we have not been able to locate.
Does this lack of information extend to the affiliation of defenders as well? In terms of galaxy, cluster, so on and so forth.
Let me take a look and see who was on Lothar in 3055.
Way ahead of you. There are 2 answers. 3052. Well, 3054, it is garrisoned by the 279th Battle Cluster of Alpha Galaxy.
Uh-huh.
But given that we are looking for something more garrison-y in nature, you could call it the First Wolf Garrison Cluster of Kappa Galaxy. If you didn't want to have us technically going up against one of the more elite units in Clan Wolf's Tumen.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's go with them.
Okay. First Wolf Garrison.
It is the First Wolf Garrison, based on our intelligence.
Kappa Galaxy. Okay. Okay.
We are currently waiting for our jump drive to fully cycle up. Once it does, or the jump drive on the jump ship to fully cycle up. Once it does, we will be transiting in system, and it should take us 2 days to get to the planet. Star Commander, I will once again leave it to you as to when you would like to start this mission.
Understood. I will take the time that we have to work out the fine details of this particular operation.
Very well. You are all dismissed. So, you each have a week before the next drop. What are you all up to?
Well, true to her word, Kirka is going to try and work out the best course of action to maximize the ability to capture and not destroy the materiel that would be present at this facility. So that would be including things like looking in the vicinity for good approach routes, seeing if there's any sort of imaging or intel regarding patrol routes, what other forces there might be stationed on this particular planet, things of that nature.
Okay.
Well, Ainsley, for the second time in her life, would help someone out with something she doesn't know, and try to help. I'm sorry, Kirka.
Yeah.
Okay. Try to help Kirka in the preparation of the battle.
Which Kirka would appreciate, but do you happen to have the tactics skill?
Hold on. Yes, I do.
In that case, let's do a little roll off on it. Because I want to see. I'm sorry. I want to see how helpful it would be for us to collaborate.
Okay.
Yeah, I misrolled, so this is my actual. It's the same result. So
I do 2d6 plus my bonus. Okay.
yep, 2d6 plus your bonus.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So in that case, it's in that case, I actually am surprised at how helpful it is. I think would be the right way to look at it. You provided a couple of insights and even kept me from making a bit of a tactical whoopsie doodle.
I'll say that would give you a it will give everybody a +1 bonus, at least in the first scene of this mission.
Tick.
As you were able to come up with a good enough plan that like it's pretty efficient. And it will be of great benefit to everybody involved. Carbon, what are you up to? What is Johannes doing? Carbon?
If you use push to talk, you're not pushing.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. So
If I had a nickel.
You'd be a millionaire.
Johannes is kind of just right now he's sitting within his pack as usual, but or going on any big missions essentially, and he's sitting out in his chair and just
Point of order.
once again
for the full week.
Oh, not for shit.
Yeah, basically, what are you doing for the next week?
Okay, so for the next week, see, Johannes is kind of just mainly taking care of looking at his currently what he has currently equipped on his Packer, and he's essentially checking. Okay, he's checking the databases to see if there's any um possible way to refit his pack rat. Essentially, he's
What do you have in mind?
um essentially starting off with like uh adding a turret onto his pack rat.
That
He's-
wouldn't necessarily
wouldn't-
be doable.
You wouldn't be able to do that in
Yeah.
a year, let alone a week.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, no.
oh, okay. Yeah, that'll be. Um, let's see.
But please, I kind of want to see that scene unfold
Oh, okay.
of Johannes
Um,
trying to convince a tech to add a turret onto this sensor car and see how well that pans out.
Point of
Like-
order, whoever wants to play the tech in this scene is more than I'm more than down for that.
I'd like to try.
Okay. So
okay.
paint us a picture with your
Okay.
words. How does this go?
All right. So Johannes goes to the mech bay and he's he stands with determination, arms folded, looking at his pack rat, and he looks to the side as a techie is crossing his way, and he calls that techie over. Excuse me. Yes, yes. Scratching it. I'm scratching my chin. You think it's possible if we can mount the I don't know AC5 onto my pack rat? Yes. I want to have more firepower, yes, for the old girl, but not sure if it'd be possible. Yes.
The techie would look at him like the person is clearly a madman who is trying to do impossible, and then say, you do realize that that would basically mean putting your pack rat out of commission for let me say, I don't know, presumably months, maybe years, remaking the whole hull, redoing the whole suspension, adding armor, making a new turret. Do you honestly realize how much work it is to put a bigger gun in this? And the worker points at the pack rat thing.
Okay. I see. I see. I see. Well, mm, very well. Fine. I understand. It is fine. It is fine. And then I frown with disappointment and fold my arms and raise my chin slightly, but couldn't help but look upon the various mechs docked and feel almost a sense of jealousy.
The guy
Kinda
would
just
start walking away, and behind the. I'm sorry. What's the name of the character?
Johannes.
Johannes.
Okay, yeah, and behind the Johannes's back, would twist their finger up to their temple.
You got crazy. Alrighty. You doing anything else over the week?
I would say, honestly, not much. Just
Okay.
running various diagnostics every now and then. Um, tending to his pack rat and essentially just very focused on coming with as I said before, like any possible way to outfit possible turret, but then he's still trying. Like he just constantly like busy rummaging through all of his paperwork and just finding ways on how to mess with his packer. He's very determined.
Alrighty. Um, what is Deanna up to during this week before deployment to Lothon?
She is going to split her time between just trying to get information on the first garrison and hiding in a simulator, as much to try like configurations Samantha came up with, configurations Kirika came up with, as to hide the fact that she is very, I don't want to say upset, but very dismayed and very conflicted about being sent in against her own clan.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Alrighty. So the next week passes with all of you in your general preparation and going about your business. And you jump into the Lothon system. And 2 days later, you are in orbit around a moon that is orbiting a gas giant within the system. And below you is a facility, strangely similar to the one that is was on the holomat.
Oh boy, another moon. Does this one at least have an atmosphere? Because the last one did not.
From your readouts, there is an atmosphere. It is just very thin.
So no. Okay.
Well, there's more of an atmosphere than there was on the other one.
Can I breathe?
Yes, but not for very long.
Okay, all I needed to know.
So we're going to use that screen again. And
Memories.
doot. 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 That's approximately what it looked like. It's close enough, at least.
Yeah. That's almost. Yeah, that's about it. Pardon.
It's close enough that it looks similarly enough that it works.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you are in orbit around this moon. When when are you starting the operation?
Okay, so what's the day-night cycle look like on this moon?
It is currently lunar. Well, basically lunar night. You're on the far side of the planet from the star.
Okay. Far side of the planet from the star. Do we know anything about, like, its orbit or anything like that? Like, because I would lean towards dropping under cover of night, but I don't know how long night is exactly. Is kind of the thing, or if it's like tide locked or something like that.
It's not tidally locked. Based on like the orbit that you could see on like the computers from the Onokuma, it looks like you will have about 16 hours before the moon gets to the other side of the planet.
More than enough time then. Okay, awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
That's
then
a
yeah,
long night.
I'd like to use that. And then I've got the, and then it about. So I would have put that out that we'd be dropping, about. So we arrive in system, we get to the moon, we drop, about 2 hours after that, since there's a 16-hour cycle here. Give us time to do some last minute preparations, and I want to do a short briefing right before we drop, just to discuss the plan.
Alrighty, take it
Okay.
away.
Okay, so this is the plan that I have constructed so far based on what we know about this facility. So our main targets are the buildings here, there, and there, right?
Let me go back to the
If I-
picture for a second.
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
The one below that.
The one below. Listen. That's
Yeah.
right.
That one.
Okay, so let me.
There
So
more.
boom, boom, boom. Those three. Those are our priorities. And those are the armory. I should have. Is there a bing, like a ping clicky? There's a laser. Okay, so that's going to be. So it's armory, barracks, admin.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. And then the rest of the buildings are of indeterminate
Exactly.
purpose. Okay. So I would say these two. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, as discussed last week during the initial briefing, these three buildings marked are our priority targets. Of those, this one, the barracks, needs to be destroyed, if possible, or if necessary. This one is not required to capture. However, I would very much like to capture the armory and the administration building. The armory, obviously, for much needed material, particularly clan tech, and then the admin building for the purposes of information gathering and intelligence. The wolves are staging a logistics base here, and I want to know why. So, with that in mind, this is going to be a two-front operation. Jet and I will be taking our Omnimex, and we will be approaching from the south. We will be engaging the wolves in a trial of possession for this facility. I have already worked out the logistics between the gargoyle and my timber wolf. We roughly equate to the tonnage of the star of Omnimex that are occupying this space. And since the wolves are very much going to obey their precedent to try and eradicate any remnants of Clan Wolverine that's possible, we are hoping to use this to our advantage and draw the Omnimex forces away from the facility. Now, about outside of their long-range sensors, I am going to have... Which dropship are we dropping off on?
Left claw is your usual drop shift or drop ship.
Okay. I will be having left claw drop off you, Carbonale, and you two, Deanna and Ainsley, outside of sensor range to the north. And what you are going to do is you are going to approach from that direction. While their mech forces are deployed away, you are going to go in and you are going to capture the armory and or administration buildings. Ideally, we will have the heavy forces dealing with us. And by the time that you may need further assistance, we will have hopefully wrapped that up and will be able to assist/claim the facility. Now, Johannes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Pay attention. Your job.
Yes,
Okay. Let me reiterate. You are driving the elementals from the north outside of a long sensor range of this facility to assist them in capturing the armory and the administrative building. Do not pretend to be a hero. You are not a warrior. You are a technician and a taxi driver for our elementals. Am I understood? Your pack rat is not designed for combat. I do not want to hear about you trying some cockamamie maneuver against the tank again. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Good.
Yes,
Good. If I hear of anything to the contrary, I will be challenging you to a trial of grievance myself. And it will not be simulated.
Ainsley would pull up her hand.
Yes.
Permission to take command of the Norse attack force.
Denied. That will be Deanna. I appreciate all the help that you have done, but Deanna simply has more combat experience, and along with that, she was a wolf before she joined us. She will be much more familiar with their way of thinking and how they would respond to the situation. It is nothing against you. I simply trust her judgment more in this situation.
Understood.
Your time will come, Ainsley. Do not worry. Okay?
Understood. Ainsley would sit back down.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? I'm hoping that this will be a straightforward and simple operation.
I have a suggestion, Commander.
I'm listening.
The administration building. I am looking at that's my data pad. Perhaps maybe we should focus. My team should focus on that first.
First of all, it is not your team.
F. I have suggestion that perhaps we can capture the building first and acquire data on our other mysterious structures to see what lies within.
Anna, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are similar. That upon approach, Ainsley, I will give you lead on taking the armory. At which point, I will clear the administration building. Johannes, you will get in on those electronics. It is essential that we prevent them from sending a distress call. At which point, you are the technician. You mine that system for everything it is worth.
Understood. Understood. His eyes kind of like shift left to right for a moment before slowly drifting down towards his datapad in hand, getting slightly embarrassed of the situation. Nevertheless, he looks up and gives a firm nod.
So then your first target will be the administrative building to avoid the sending of a distress signal and to glean whatever information you can. Ainsley, in the meantime, will be taking care of the armory. Hopefully it is lightly guarded. I cannot speak to the presence of any infantry that would be present, but if we can keep the mechs tied up until you are able to lay claim to at least one of those facilities, that should make our job that much easier as a whole. Any other questions?
Ideally, both if we are able. Ainsley,
Yes.
you want a chance at command? Here it is. That building is all yours.
Hey. Thank you.
Now is your chance to redeem yourself from the last moon.
We would chuckle. Wow, very funny joke.
At this point, Jet's gonna speak up. Yeah, actually, it was pretty good.
All right, if there is nothing else, then you are all dismissed. We drop in 2 hours.
F.
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 Alrighty, is there anything last minute anybody would like to do?
Kirka is going to run a couple of diagnostic checks on her electronics equipment, in particular her ECM, to make sure that it is actually functional and up and running.
Yeah, I'll say that you have enough time to make sure that all of those systems are working properly for you.
Fantastic.
I have a question for my action.
Yeah.
Do elemental suits like have armor on their face, like their face is covered? Yeah.
Yes, they're completely sealed suits.
Oh, okay. So basically, Ainsley would wait. Yes, I'm Ainsley. So Ainsley would find some spray paint and paint a skull on her head of the armor. That's it.
Alrighty. Anybody else doing any sort of last minute stuff?
Johannes, upon yes, Johannes is he's sitting in his he's essentially back in the mech bay, and he's also running quick diagnostics in his pack rat to make sure his systems are working fine, and there are no abnormalities within his systems and all. And also, while doing this, essentially reaches over to one of his cabinets, and he's thinking that he is grabbing one of his uh, a random piece of tech, but essentially it is actually his laser pistol, and essentially thinks back to what Star Commander Kirika said about he not being a warrior, and he kind of has mixed feelings at that moment. He doesn't know. It is those words indeed shook something inside of him, and he doesn't quite know what he's feeling now. But he is definitely still experiencing some shock, and so he places the pistol back on the cabinets within his pack rat, and essentially waits for the time of which that everyone drops.
Alrighty. Is Deanna doing anything?
Nope, she's ready to go.
Ainsley?
I've already said.
Yep. You already said?
Yep.
Alrighty. So that Jet basically just loaded up in his battle mech and is doing like diagnostics and stuff like that. Nobody really knows. He could be napping for the next 2 hours. But yes, 2 hours pass, and first, Jet and Kirka are dropped off down here. Why are you so big? Not be so big. There. And about Yar. And then everybody else is dropped off. That says 3, but okay, there we go. Up there. The based on sensor readouts, Kirka, it looks like all 5 of the mechs from the star are essentially kind of patrolling within the confines of the base structure. They haven't responded to us landing as yet.
Okay. Jet, what do you say we poke the wolf?
I'm down.
All right.
I enjoy blowing stuff up.
Let's start with their nerves. I am going to then put out a long range open freak, like squelch.
Okay.
Just in an effort to get the facility's attention. Assuming that works.
Warned us.
What was
Sorry.
that?
Yeah. But assuming that works, I am assuming that works. And as soon as I hear some unfamiliar voices kind of coming over the frequency, the ghost of the Wolverine is upon you. We are 10 kilometers south of your position. Fulfill your objective or die. And cut comms.
As you are basically before you get the chance to cut comms, what you hear is a voice come over the comms. Thurats of the not named clan, prepare to face the destruction you avoided so long ago.
I cut him off before he could finish the word clan.
That's fair. Jet, however, didn't. And his response is, ooh, they seem to be very salty. And yeah, you see all 5 mechs start coming to the south. It will be I'll say 2 activations before they're in long range. Including you closing.
Well, we're gonna I'm envisioning kind of a circle close. So because I want them as far away from the facility as possible.
That's fair.
So So, however many activations that might take. But yeah,
Okay. Uh, Johannes. I'm assuming Ainsley and Deanna are basically just kind of chilling up on top of your vehicle.
Yeah, and pretty much we're about to. Well, we're getting ready to uh, go in. I'm assuming once I'm given the signal
Yep,
to hit the
that's
to hit,
that's what
hit the
I'm
gas.
thinking too. Is just once we get the
Yeah,
signal, we move.
yeah. Because I think after what happened, Johannes is not taking any chances. he is right now very attentive. Sorry, attentive of the situation and willing to listen to more or less Deanna's direction at this time, since she is with.
Alrighty. So how close are you gonna let this light star, get before you give the signal for them to move? We can kind of fast forward time a little bit.
yeah. Let's fast forward time until they get to about extreme range from us, medium long range from the facility.
Okay.
Enough time that we'd be able to engage them, and they would have, and if they noted something, they would have to make a decision.
Alrighty. So yeah, I'm guessing the circle is going around. Boop. Like that direction.
Whatever direction is opposite their approach.
Other direction. Gotcha.
So yeah, that assuming they're coming in from, assuming they're right there-ish, and they're coming in from the that'd be the north,
northeast.
yeah, northeast, heading in that direction. We'd probably cycle towards the east as well, just to draw them further away.
Okay, so up like
So yeah,
away.
how you? No, the direction you were, the direction was, I think, correct.
Okay, so we're going to the west then.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to the west because I want them to go that away.
Yeah, I'll say like we're probably there before they get to extreme range from us.
Deal. I like that.
Alrighty, so you can see the mechs are now in basically extreme range. Pretty much, they get any closer, they'll be within range of all of our long range weaponry.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm assuming you at that point give the signal to the other three.
Correct. And this would not be over open comms. This would be a predetermined like BIP over a closed encrypted freak.
Yeah. Alrighty, so Johannes, I'm assuming then you start like pedal to the metal, balls to the wall, just drive towards
Right towards the administration.
Alrighty. Does anybody offhand know the top speed of a pack rat?
Let me Sarna that real quick. 118 kph.
Oh, yeah. So you'll be able to get there in like a couple of minutes. I'll say there'll be one round of action before you guys are in the shit. I think that sounds about right. Because yeah, you're probably like here-ish. And then on your next turn, you'll be able to drop Deanna and Ainsley off. So yeah, Kirka, there are 5 mechs approaching.
Okay.
I do believe I listed them as an ice ferret, 2 mist links, and 2 adders.
It was two kit foxes,
Oh,
a
2
fire
kit
moth,
fox.
a mist lynx, and an adder. But
I could have swore there was a. I knew one of them was an ice ferret because one of them
yeah,
was
there
a
was an
medium.
ice ferret. Yeah, one of them was an ice
Yeah,
ferret.
Yeah,
Yeah, one. There are 2 kit foxes.
yeah, 2 kit fox.
And then one of the other 3.
Yeah.
Yep. So, whichever one gets into long range first, which that would probably either be the Miss Lynx or the Kit Fox, those are going to be the fastest.
3 move 4. Yeah, move 4. It will be the mist links is in long range first.
Okay, let's make that Miss Lynx a Miss Lunks. So, in long range, I'm going to fire with my LRMs and UAC.
Okay.
I'm probably not going to hit very well, but I'm going to do my best. Rattle his cage a little bit. Rattle his little 20-some ton cage.
So what are you firing first?
So I will fire the UAC 5 first, just because that's easier to calculate if I hit. It will be the same to hit calculation, which 2d6 plus 9 is my new bonus, minus 3, so plus 6. All right, dice.
You hit.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so let me roll one more d6 to determine if I hit again. I do. So then the first 2 damage is going to go to the 8. That is the torso.
First 2 damage? You said?
Yes.
Okay. And the second 2 damage?
Second 2 damage also hits the torso.
So yeah, you manage to oh no. Right, this was Mistlinks. I was looking at Fire Moth. But you do manage to.
It might have
go
been a fire
internal.
moth. Either way, it might have been a fire moth, but either way,
I've committed on Mistlinks.
that's fine. I've also committed on Mistlinks. I like that idea better. Because the fire moth would probably be dead.
Yeah. The Mistlinks, you get a crit chance. Because you went
Okay.
internal.
And I get it with a 10.
Okay, and that is rolling another d6.
That is a 1.
Okay, so now I just need to go up to critical damage. Yeah.
Let's see, 45. So let's go.
There we go. Ammo explosion.
Does
No ammo in the torso, sadly.
I was about to say,
So then that goes.
or if there's, it's. Yeah, let's take another look. Let's see. Equipment. Ammo, SRM on the right and the left.
No. Sorry, yeah, for Kit Fox.
No,
Or
this
Mistlinks,
is the
sorry.
Yeah, Mistlinks.
Yeah, nothing in the torso for that. So yeah.
At that point, it's what, a 50-50 between engine and gyro?
Yeah. Well, basically,
see,
the
yeah,
only thing
ammo
that would.
Yeah, ammo explosion or primary weapon, torso weapon group is destroyed.
So it just went internal. There was
That's fine.
nothing to blow up, unfortunately, but you did rock its world.
That's fine. I'm going to rocket swirl a little bit more because there's LRMs coming in too.
I had a. Oh, no, sorry. One more.
See, that is a 15.
The LRMs miss.
Okay.
You managed to like rocket backwards with your first shots, and the LRMs just kind of spatter around. Alrighty. Well, and that's all.
Oh
you...
wait, I didn't account for the +1. That's okay. That's okay. We don't need
Oh
it.
no. The for that one, the +1 would make a difference
Oh.
because you would have hit.
Oh. Okay.
Just because I was curious, if a critical hit result does not apply, re-roll. Page 45.
Oh, okay. Well,
Whoa.
let's get a reroll then.
Okay, let's get a reroll, and then we can worry about the missiles if we need it. That's a 5. Which engine shielding is damaged. Gain 1 heat token at the end of each of this mech's narrations.
Oof.
Second engine crit hit destroys the engine, destroying the mech.
Well, if anything else hits the torso, it's destroying the mech. To be 100% honest.
Well, I guess since we did, I guess now that we've established that with that +1, the missiles do hit.
Yep, the missiles hit.
Now let's roll up extra damage first.
Yep. Nope.
No extra there. No extra there. That's okay. 8 damage is coming into the 10. That is the left arm.
Yep.
Which splashes into the torso, because I'm willing to bet a Miss Link's arm doesn't have 10 HP.
No.
8 HP.
No, it does not. And yeah, you delete this Miss Link's from the battlefield.
Rip.
The Mist Lynx as a total barely has 10 HP worth of armor.
Yeah.
1,
Miss-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Alrighty. And now are you going to close in on any of the other mechs? 'Cause you
Neg.
still have your movement.
I want them to keep closing on me and away from the base.
Alrighty. Well, Jet is going to close enough to get into long range from one of the Kit Foxes.
Okay.
Because they were still basically in extreme range.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is going to start. Well, actually, he's going to fire the only thing that he can, which is his pair of LBX5s.
Gotta love the Gargoyle Prime.
And Guns O'Clock is movement is slower, I do believe, though. Movement is 3. Okay, so
I was about to say, movement should be the same.
well, it's the same as. Oh no, yeah, no, movement's the same as theirs. It's just range is poop.
Yeah, range is going to be an issue.
So he's gonna roll a 13 on that. Yeah, the LBX both miss on their shots. Now it is their turn. So the first Kit Fox is going to fire at Jet, actually, because that was the one that he shot at. It's going to start with ER large laser. And is most likely going to miss. Is his piloting? Oh yeah, is going to miss by a lot. And then is going to fire the LBX5s. Or LBX5, because there's only one of them. And also miss. The other Kit Fox is going to close on you, Kirka.
Okay.
And get into long range. And do much the same thing.
Okay.
First with the ER large laser,
Okay.
which is going to miss. And then we'll with the LBX5, which is also going to miss. Actually, I'm gonna say their weapon jams.
Oh no.
They rolled Snake Eyes.
An LBX jamming. Wow.
Yeah.
Must be one of those really, really old Kit Foxes that was Isorla from the Snow Ravens or something like that.
Probably.
Eh.
Alrighty, and then the adder is also going to close into long range from the from Jet and fire their PPCs one at a time. So, well, sorry, ER PPCs. There's a difference.
E.
It's probably not going to go well for them, but
So they're firing both of their spicy boys.
yep, they're firing both spicy boys.
Oh no.
So the first one hits the 12. That's into dome. And yep. That is enough. It you hear a garbled "oh fuck" as Jet then ends up punching out as the head of his mech is engulfed in blue plasma. And you hear swearing over the Badger comms as the essentially the cockpit kind of flies away.
Uh-huh.
God damn it! And now the ice ferret is going to close to long range on you, Kirka,
Uh-huh.
and is going to fire their ERPPC at you. And miss.
Okay.
Alrighty. It is now top of the order. Kirka.
First things first, given the hostile environment in more ways than one, is it okay with the group if I call in some air support for a search and rescue for Jet real quick, just to try and get him exfilled from this territory?
I will say that won't require any plot points.
It won't require any?
No.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, I would like to do that, just so that Jet doesn't die due to wolf or lack of oxygen.
That's fair.
Because I haven't lost anyone yet, and I'm certainly not fucking going to this time. Which, yeah. By the way, did I mention that is... So it was the adder that did that?
No, it was one of the Kit Foxes. Or no, yeah, it was the adder.
I was about to say, I thought it was the adder because I had a
it was the
PPC.
TPC. Yep.
Okay, that adder is going to die now. So I'm going to use my movement to close into. Can I close? How much can I close in with that adder? Because
So
I'm gonna delete that son of a bitch from this earth.
So the
Okay.
adder really only closed on Jet, so
Right.
you can get into long range with the adder. You know what? No, yeah, you would be getting into long range.
Long range. Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna do my long range special on it, I guess. But if it doesn't die this turn, it certainly will the next. So let's see. We have the same movement bracket, so it's only a -2. So it's still going to be a +7. We're gonna do the UAC 5 first.
Yeah. Okay.
Needs to beat a 16.
It does.
Fuck. Okay. All right. Then for the LRMs, it needs to beat a 14.
It does.
Fuck. Okay.
Alrighty. Johannes, it is your narration. With your movement, you can get close enough to drop off your elemental friends.
Okay. So so quick reminder, because I'm really making sure that I say this correct. So the initial plan for the elementals was to drop off at the armory, correct? First. Oh fudge! No, I'm sorry.
Well, basically at the facility.
Yeah, at the so yeah the administration, yes, because okay, gotcha.
So, like I said, with your movement, you'll
so
be able to
Johannes,
get to like here.
yeah. So Johannes pretty much pedal to the metal, sees his speed increased to the max essentially on his dash, and he makes it to the designated point and goes on local comms, his elemental squad mates, and gives the okay that that we're in position and we're getting ready to essentially assault the administration building. After that, Johannes pretty much pulls out his holster that has his laser pistol and attaches to his person.
Don't forget too, you have that like custom computer and communications kit in your pack rat as well.
Oh yes, and can
So-
I say that Johannes has essentially like a small pack, and well, okay, so yes, he essentially attaches onto his person his laser pistol, his communications kit, and his data pad and some tools, making himself ready, waiting for the next instruction.
Alrighty. Deanna or Ainsley?
Oh, got it. Johannes, watch the sensors. I'll signal you when we're clear for you to come in. Ainsley, fast, professional. Show us what it looks like when you care. F.
F.
And then she is going to move to clear the admin building.
Alrighty. I will say, based on like the distance, you'll be able to get to the admin building this turn. Next turn, you will be able to enter and deal with the contents.
Sounds Sounds good.
Ainsley, you are right next to the armory. So I
mean, Ainsley would either try to find a closest door, or if she doesn't find it, blow through the relatively soft walls.
it is your narration. So if you want to find a door, you can find a door.
Oh.
All you need to do is declare it.
No,
Basically,
I actually want to break through the wall.
okay, if you want to Kool-Aid Man, you can Kool-Aid Man.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So Ainsley would basically, as she jumps from the back rat, punch nearest wall, and with the help of her other hand, rip the metal apart, stretching it and entering after making a hole big enough for them. What I see is, what she sees is a bunch of technicians who are stunted because there's an elemental in their facility,
N-
fully dressed into battle armor, and
Not only that,
basically.
but there's a lot of air escaping this once sealed building.
Also, yes. Um. Sh and they probably think she's pissed at them. Um. I don't know if uh I have like an amplifier that could oh yeah, I can talk to through my armor.
Yeah.
So basically, Ainsley would scream out of her armor, "If you dare to move anything or touch anything, I will." And she stopped herself just short from saying "kill," and instead said "punch you." And then basically that's it. Ainsley would try to monitor the building.
What you see, as you're saying that, not like basically kind of verbally accosting and threatening them, um, you see that they're all basically trying to run for some sort of like oxygen tanks and equipment. Because like I said, like there's some air on this rock, but not a lot.
Enough to leave.
Yeah, not enough to be functional for very long. So yeah, they're currently more concerned about surviving than doing anything against you. Plus, they are Clan Wolf Technician cast, so they are kind of culturally predisposed to not attacking somebody of the warrior caste.
Well, if someone will be brave enough.
It's like a clan culture thing.
I know. Just some people break their culture.
That has serious repercussions within the clans. Generally. But yeah, you basically you have the situation well and truly under control at the moment. Um Yurka, the the adder that you shot at
Uh-huh.
is going to close into medium range with you
Okay.
and try to fire its ERPPCs at you.
Okay. Oh, that's not a good number.
It's better than what they rolled.
Okay.
They failed. That was the first one.
Okay.
Because weirdly enough, both of the PPCs are on two different weapon groups.
To be fair, given its heat dissipation.
Yeah, that's also a thing. I didn't take that into account because they're. Oh wait, no, because they only fired one last, so they had the heat dissipation for it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to fire their second one.
Okay. So I got to do it again.
Yep.
And hopefully better this time. Motherfucker.
And they hit you in the 4,
In
which
the
is the
4.
right arm.
The right arm. Okay.
For 5 damage.
Okay. 5 damage is doable.
Now it is going to be. Yeah. The other Kit Fox is also going to close into medium range with you. And they move just as fast as you do.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, hold on. The ER large, so. Oop.
Ba-doop.
Oh, they hit.
Damn.
They hit on the 6.
That is the torso.
And yeah, that's going to be for 4 damage.
Okay.
And then their LBX 5. Oh wait, no, that was jammed.
Yeah, it's jammed.
That's jammed, so ignore that.
Okay.
Streak 4s. And your piloting roll.
14.
Yeah. So the streak 4s don't even fire at you.
Wonderful. As they do.
Yeah. That is the nice thing about them. Well, it keeps the heat down.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they really need to work like that. This mech can Alpha Strike every turn, and
Yeah, Kid Fox is comfy.
yeah, they're all good. So that was Kit Fox, that was Adder, and Mistlynx, the only living one.
There are 2 Kid
Or-
Foxes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you blew up. Yeah, so
Yes,
sorry,
yeah,
the
yeah,
only
Mistlynx
the only living Kit Fox.
The other living Kid Fox, the Mistlynx, is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are 2 Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 Kid Foxes, Mistlynx,
I confused
Adder,
myself.
Ice Fair. It's okay.
I should have
I gotta-
wrote it down in front of me, but
It's okay. I like the fact that it was supposed to be a 2-on-1 was. I calculated the tonnage. We were within 5 tons of each other. That's kind of the whole. That was what hinged on this idea possibly working. But it's okay. But anyway,
yeah, that's fair. Other Kit Fox is going to close to medium range and fire upon you.
Okay.
First with the ER large laser, and is going to hit
damn.
the 10.
That is the left arm for 4 damage.
Yep.
Man, I'm splashing damage nicely.
And then this one's LBX is still working.
Yep.
And is going to fire at you.
And I got Snake Eyes, so yeah, that's gonna hit.
And no extra damage, so you're going to take 2 to the 5.
The right leg. Okay.
Just everywhere gets a bit of the damage. It's all good.
That's fine. That's fine. Death by a million paper cuts. That means if I can delete them quickly enough, then we don't have to worry.
That is fair. And now they are going to attempt their streak fours.
Okay.
And their streak fours don't even fire.
Wonderful. ECM seems to be coming in clutch a little bit.
Yeah. Now the ice ferret is going to close to medium range on you as well. They're first going to fire their ERPPC.
15.
They hit just barely. You're going to
Damn.
take 5 to the 5.
Ooh, the right leg again. So now I've taken 7 damage in that.
Your leg's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. That's about half of the armor I have on it. We're good.
And they are then going to fire their streak 2 at you.
Oh no.
And miss.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't fire.
Fail to fire. No lock.
Alrighty, and that leads us back to the top of the initiative. Kirka.
Well, I sure hope the Adder isn't your favorite mech, because this one's about to get deleted, I think. I'm gonna get into point blank with it.
Yeah?
And I'm going to Alpha Strike because I can do that. So we're gonna do the medium pulse lasers first, which let's see. That's a +9, and point blank is +2 with the medium pulse laser, so that's a +11 bonus.
And don't forget your +1.
Oh, are we still hanging on with that? Okay, so that's a 20.
Yeah, it's still the first scene.
Oh yeah, first scene. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was just the first turn.
No. And
Ooh,
you
I
hit.
have not been adding the +1 then at all to any of those rolls. So okay.
You definitely hit.
Okay. So that is going to be a 5 damage to the 6, the torso.
Okay, and that is to the adder. And
Yeah.
yeah, you see the like armor just melt off of the torso of this mech.
Okay, cool. Next is going to be the ER small lasers. So we're going to do... I'm actually going to take that +1 to account this time.
You also have another +1 because of their heat. Because they're actually, yeah.
Okay,
They're
let me...
+2 on the heat scale right now.
Ooh, oh yeah, that's right. All right, so let me redo that roll, if that's kosher. So that's going to be a +11, and I had a +13 bonus with those medium pulse lasers. That's fucking scary. Okay, there we go. That's a more reasonable number for my small lasers.
You would have hit either way.
Okay, and that's to the torso.
Oh, and how much do the small lasers do?
5.
Okay, how does this look? Because you just cored this mech.
Okay. So Kirka is seeing red. She is unsure. Like, the only reason she knows Jeff's alive is because she heard him cursing as she happened to see the ejection system launch out of this gargoyle, which immediately fell backwards, smoking from its head as it crashed into the lunar Earth. That's the closest that she's gotten to losing someone in a long time. So she immediately locks onto the adder and begins closing, ignoring all of the fire that she's taking. Over open comms, you just hear over the open comm. You die now, and just opens fires with the lasers, just incinerating the connection of the torso to the legs, essentially slicing the adder through and causing the upper half of the mech to topple with the force of the blast of the reactor failing.
Nice.
And then, if I may, I would like to continue firing.
Alrighty. You are at. I think you're at medium range, basically, with everyone else.
All right. So now it's a 3-on-1. I still have Lerms and a UAC to fire off. Next closest target, please. What's next on the chopping block?
The Ice Ferret and the pair of Mistlinks are all basically in the same range bracket away. They're all medium range.
Okay. Ice Ferret's next. The Kit Foxes I can deal with at my leisure. But that one's a little faster, so that needs to die. So I'm gonna fire UAC 5 with the +1. That's negated due to the speed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the same. So that's gonna be a +9 on that. Gotta beat a 17.
They do.
Okay.
Barely, but they do.
All right. So we're gonna do that again for the LRMs.
Okay.
More likely to beat a 13.
No, you hit.
Oh. All right, so let's roll clusters. That's 1 extra damage. 1 extra damage. All right, so 8 + 1. So 8 damage goes to the 11, the left arm.
Okay. That is enough to remove the left arm. You have also, just for your information, removed their ERPPC and their small laser.
Wonderful. All they got is their streak missile. All right.
And that was 8 damage you did?
8, yeah.
Yeah, so then 1 would bleed into the torso.
1 bleeds into the torso. Perfect. Okay, and then 1 more damage. 1 extra missile goes to the 5.
That is the right leg.
Yay! Yay, 1 damage to the right leg.
Blink. You knock a point of armor off.
Okay.
Alrighty. Deanna. What would you like to do? Or actually, no, you did move. So yeah, Deanna, what would you like to do?
She is going to ideally get into this facility because she does kind of want to keep it pressurized for Johannes to do his thing.
Oakley. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely find a door.
Good. So these guys must clearly be sloppy because there is an open airlock here. At which point she gets herself into the building. What does the inside of the building look like?
It looks like it's fairly large. There are computers around the outer edge of the building. There's what looks to be a hololithic table in the middle of the building, and there are about 5 people in here, all with laser rifles pointed at you.
Okay, so it's like 1 floor, or 1 room, 1 floor, big rectangle.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's like a combat administrative facility, but it's, essentially the HQ building for this little base that they've got going on.
All right, at which point she is going to melt one with a laser.
Oakley dokley. 1 second to grab a person profile. Up go officer. You are probably going to do it, and this is going to be small laser.
Yes, sir. Oh shit! I didn't add the +1.
You
16.
you still melt them.
At which point she will turn and address the others. You will surrender, or you will meet a similar fate. And then, just to really drive the point home, open the doors on the SRM launchers.
That is quite the saucy thing to fire off within a pressurized building.
Yeah. She hasn't fired it yet. It's mostly for intimidation right now. But we'll see how much of a shit show this turns into.
That is fair. Ainsley, what are you up to?
I don't really think there's much other than holding back the technicians from trying to escape, or try to stop them from calling off a distress signal. So yeah, basically that.
Like you're restraining them and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oakley Dokley. What is Johannes up to in the pack rat?
Okay, so Johannes is essentially like he's doing his best to like he's kind of like squinting at his the front windshield, like kind of like making sure that everything he's checking to see if everything's all okay for a quick moment. But of course, upon hearing um what is happening over comms, Johannes kind of knows that Diana and Diana is doing fine. He then looks down at his tool belt and makes sure that he has exactly on his person his laser pistol, his communications kit that's attached to the rear of his belt, and his data pad, of course, to his left. So essentially, he has all of his gear on. Um, and right now, he is pages Diana and asks, yeah, he pages that Diana and essentially requests if and asks if everything is okay, and, and that if he may then proceed to the administration building.
So I'm going to spend a GM plot point here. Because I get them to spend too. And Johannes, on your communications equipment, like your little like communications computer setup that you have installed in the pack rat,
Yes.
you can see that somebody in the facility is trying to send off a distress signal message.
Can I counter that with can I roll can I essentially intercept and
You
counter?
you do have the skills on your character to try and deal with that.
Okay, I will do that immediately. Upon seeing this, yes, I'm going to attempt to counter.
Okay.
If my
And
that is,
what skill are you
communication.
rolling? Communications. Okay.
Yeah, communications. So 7.
+8, including the
Oh.
+1.
Right.
Plus 8.
Plus 8. Yes.
Yes.
Plus 8. Yeah. 2d6 plus 8. And roll.
Alrighty. As far as you can tell, you've successfully jammed the signal.
Oof. Johannes, I see. Johannes wipes his brow. As he could feel that he has dodged, essentially. I don't know what's the fancy way, the fancy word of him saying the
Bullets still exist.
potential yelling against him. What?
Bullets still exist in the 32nd century.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or 31st century, I guess.
Johannes wipes his brow like, oh. Okay, committed enemy signal jammed. I have to hold on. So then Johannes quickly makes sure, okay, communications jammed, no signal sent out. Establishing. Johannes then places both hands on his head, slightly worried, but then points into the air and he says, "Aha, I know something." He attempts to send a private comms signal to Vienna and essentially alerts her of this current finding. And he says, "Diana, I think one of Diana, I believe that one of them may be attempting to call for help. I've blocked the signal. One of maybe so one of the technicians, someone within the facility was attempting to call for help. I managed to block. We must hurry. I need to get inside now. So that way I can gain access to the system. I am ready. I'm ready."
The inside is not pacified yet. Please be patient. If they try to evade your blocks, there is, and it becomes desperate enough to do so, destroy the dish.
F. And after that, he continues to monitor the situation on his dash, while at the same time waiting very very patiently and still sweating at the brow, even though he has cleared himself.
Alrighty. So, sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. Do I hear this talk between hold on, between Diana and
Johannes?
yeah. Yes.
So yeah. Was it over the just general star frequency
No,
or?
it was local, like kind of like because he noticed that someone else is also like attempting to use frequency for communication. Like he kind of just it was private, yeah.
Okay, so it
It was
was
like,
just to Deanna.
yeah, it was just with Deanna, yes.
Okay.
He's trying to say like on the low, like, hey, one of them could be attempting to call for help, but I blocked one of them, essentially. Like that was the
Yeah.
Hmm.
Alrighty. So inside of the command building, you hear one of the officers that's still standing yell out, "Not named scum," and he's going to fire at you.
Yes, Diana.
So Deanna, oh yeah, he misses. Basically, they're all opening fire at this point. And he rolls the same as his friend did.
Do you want separate rolls
Yeah.
for defense? Okay.
He misses. And then he misses.
Ooh, that's messy.
He hits. So you are going to take 4 damage. As you get hit with essentially the beam of a laser rifle. And now, back out to the mechs, and that's fun. The Kit Foxes are going to close into close range. Or, sorry, short range, I should say.
Okay.
And the first one is going to fire with their ER large laser.
Bit of a sloppy roll.
And is going to hit you in the 11.
Oh wow, that stripped the armor off of my left arm.
Oof. Then the LBX5 is
Better
going to
roll.
miss. They're going to attempt their streak 4. And miss.
No shooty. Okay, cool.
They get a +2 on that one. Then their small pulse laser.
All right.
And it's going to miss as well.
It needed that +2, I guess.
It really did. Now the second one is going to do much the same thing. So starting with the ER large.
So I take it the jammed LBX has cleared?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, that's gonna miss.
Okay.
They're gonna fire their LBX.
Ooh.
And that's going to hit.
Okay.
For cluster 3 is still a hit. Like I believe it uses the 1, 2, 3 is a hit. 4, 5, 6 is a not.
We can say that off the cuff, yeah.
Here, let me find that out for sure.
Yep, I'm looking too. It would make sense for that to be the case because cluster rules follow similar rules to the missile clusters. Like they roll off the same table and all that jazz.
But I don't think you get extra damage. It's just
No,
hit
I
or
think
miss.
it's the spread of it, yeah. You could also simply say, if you want to keep it easy, that they're just loaded with slug rounds rather than cluster.
That is fair. Two.
Obviously, GM's prerogative. Let's see.
Missile, Inferno. Why can't you
Yeah,
have this all in the same spot?
That would make it too easy. Let's see. L. C for cluster, perhaps? No. A for autocannon? Wow, it's on none of those.
Weapon.
You know what? Let's look in here because I think the LBX is listed as a clan weapon. There it is. Okay, found it. Roll two, page 216 under clan weapons. LBX autocannon. LBX autocannons can fire slug rounds or cluster rounds. Player must choose which type is fired before rolling to see if the weapon group hits. Slug rounds deal damage as normal. Cluster rounds split their damage value into 1-point damage groups that are each assigned a hit location. The potential cluster round damage of a weapon group contained within an LBX is noted in the damage column as C bracket X.
Yeah.
When firing cluster rounds, if the weapon group containing the LBX weapon hits, first subtract the X value from the standard damage value and roll a hit location for that amount as normal. Then make a number of one-hit location rolls equal to X. For example, a weapon group consisting of an ER large laser and an LB-10X autocannon has 8 C4 in the damage column. When you hit with this weapon group when firing cluster rounds, then you subtract the cluster damage from the total damage. Then roll a hit location for the 4 damage. And for the cluster damage, you would roll 4 separate hit locations for 1 damage each.
Okay.
So
Almost needlessly complicated, but
basically, if it hits, roll a d6, roll 2d6 for each point of damage done by that autocannon
okay.
for 1 point each.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, this is two hits.
Two hit.
1-point hits. Yeah.
Exactly, 2 1-point hits.
The first one is to the 3.
Okay, that's the right arm.
And the second one is to the 8.
Okay, the torso.
Alrighty, so that's the 5X. They're going to try to fire their LR or SRM streak SRMs at you.
Okay.
And it's not going to fire.
Cool.
And then their small pulses.
Pulsey Wolsey.
Are going to hit.
Okay.
And that's going to be 1 damage to your 7.
Ooh, the torso. Okay. That is half of that.
I mean, to be fair, you've taken out almost half of their mechs on your own.
Yeah. No, I'm not. That's not me. That's not me complaining. That's me just noting for awareness.
And already the ice ferret is also going to try and close on you as well and get to short range
With its spooky streak SRM2
Yeah.
and nothing else.
Yeah.
I appreciate the attempt. Kirka doesn't, but I do.
And they're gonna miss anyway.
Okay.
Alrighty, it is your turn. You are in close
Okay.
range with everybody.
With 2 kid foxes and an ice ferret. Okay. Ice ferret is no longer really a viable threat, so I'm going to switch to one of the kid foxes. Let's go with Jammy Jam.
Okay.
Because that Mechwarrior did not have a name. His name is now Jimmy Jam.
Jimmy Jam.
And I'm going to Alpha Strike the son of a bitch. So first things first, medium pulse lasers, which is going to if I recall correctly, a plus 12. 9 for my base skill, 1 for the scene, and then plus 2 for the lasers.
That sounds about right.
And the Kid Fox can do this. All of these can alpha all day if they so chose.
Yeah.
So that's a 17.
And you're gonna hit.
Okay, so that is going to be 5 damage to the torso.
Of the Kit Fox.
Half.
Okay. So it has you've gone internal. Roll to see if you crit.
I sure did. Let's see. I do. And that is a unfortunately, well, I need a reroll because that's a 1 and I'm not seeing any torso.
Nope.
Anything. Okay, 2.
Also torso weapons.
2 is also a torso weapon? Whack. Let's see. 48. Yeah. So then I guess I reroll again. Or do I just do it the once and then
I would hope it's just like tabletop, where if you confirm a crit, you're guaranteed to get something.
Yeah, I'll say roll again.
Okay. Okay, I guess we're going down the list. 3.
Gyro
Gyro's
damage. -2 to piloting tests. The second hit renders the mech unable to spend movement.
Okay. Which, let's see. It's like page 235. No, I was. Oh, that's an Omni Fighter. Doobie 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 doop.
Dude, 224.
Yep. Alrighty. And that's just with one of the lasers.
Yelp.
Here's some more lasers.
And a bap. Oh yeah, you hit.
Okay.
As I'm just sitting here giggling because Kirka is just unloading on this poor little scout mech.
This whole scout star.
Just like this, but in specific, getting the alpha strike. It's just like, this is Bambi versus Godzilla, and I'm here for it.
Every turn is Bambi versus Godzilla. Oh, these poor bastards. So that's the 11 for 5 damage.
That's going to be left
It's an
arm
left arm
for 5 damage. That is going to take the arm off.
And oh my god, I just killed it.
Yep. And it bled through.
Okay.
So
Oh my god,
Kid
all
Fox
right.
falls over.
Kid
Actually,
Fox is
how does
dead.
this look?
So basically, this Kit Fox made the mistake of earning Kirka's wrath next by firing on it and hitting with its laser and autocannon, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the other one hit with the autocannon. This one hit with the lasers.
This one hit with the laser. So yeah, so that's what earned her wrath this time. And let's see, the pulse lasers are on the left. Okay.
Yep, the pulse and the ER large.
Yep. Okay. So then basically what's going to happen is she just finished eliminating the adder off the face of this moon. Takes some more hits, notices the damage to her, notices the damage to Yusor from the laser. Turns, growling, just simply growling, no, and unleashes the lasers, which then essentially cut through the left arm and torso of this Kit Fox, essentially stitching a glowing hot line of slag that cuts up through, severing the arm into the torso and mission killing the Kit Fox on the spot with a flash of as the engine fails.
Nice.
And then Kirka is going to lock onto whatever happens to be the next target of opportunity, which would probably be the other Kit Fox.
Yep.
Okay. And that's gonna get the ballistic. That's gonna get the ballistic and missile weaponry.
Fun.
So, yeah, I'm just dishing out all sorts of fun. So that's going to be a plus. I think it's merely a plus 10 against this Kit Fox for the UAC 5, and that's a 13.
You miss.
That's okay. I have more weapons where that came from. Will a 16 miss?
No.
Poor bastard. All right. 3 more damage. 3 more damage. So this thing's about to get wiped off the face of the planet. 8 damage to the 5. Which
that's left leg.
that's
or right leg, sorry.
so that blows a leg off and does 3 more damage to the torso, stripping the armor off of that.
Yep.
And then let's see if this thing even survives the other 3 damage before we talk about what happens when it suddenly loses a leg. That's the 9. And the 9 is the left leg. So that stripped the armor off of that.
Yeah.
Also, hold on. Cheer said is they're about to fall asleep. So.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Trying to look out for you. But yeah.
Thanks.
So that's that weaponry. That's all that. So now let's resolve this missing leg situation that the Kid Fox has.
Yes, so how does this look? And also, I think I have to roll to prevent damage. Or, well...
Yeah, that's more what I'm referring to. But yeah, so the narration goes, deletes the one Kid Fox, sees the other, swivels the torso, gets a little froggy, twitches, fires the autocannon. Autocannon whizzes by the Kit Fox. Manages to get a lock with the LRMs, and just in time for her to pull the trigger. The missiles, for whatever reason, track low.
Mm-hmm.
And spatter around the ground, but enough of them hit the legs that one of them, the armor is entirely stripped off, revealing the skeletal endosteel underneath, and the other one suffers enough catastrophic failure after the armor stripped off and continues getting pelted in the internal structure that the leg basically caves in upon itself, causing the 30-ton mech to topple over as if it just got its knee, as if like Daniel getting his legs swept in Karate Kid.
Nice. Legs results in a fault. Reserves will apply the max punch damage to a location and immediately make a piloting test to avoid pilot damage. Okay, so I'll do the piloting test now. Okay, so they make their piloting test, so they don't take damage. However, Kit Fox punch damage, which is a 1, gets done to the 3, which is the right arm. So basically it falls over onto its right arm. And it strips half the armor off of that arm.
Okay.
Though its movement is now 1. Deanna. Kirka, are you going to use any of your movement? I should say.
I would like to kick this downed Kit Fox and kick it while it's down, if that's possible.
You would have to get into point blank for that. Technically, I'll say you can do that because technically you have done your attacks, but you can fire and use
I can fire. Combat. I know I can fire and kick since kicking is resolved at the end of the combat. The combat turn.
Yeah, I'll say you can do that.
Okay. You could easily say no, but yeah, sure, I'll kick the son of a bitch. Going to point blank and a kick, and that's just as an attack roll, right? Same as anything else.
Yep.
Okie dokie. So that's going to be plus 10. I forgot for a moment. 17.
Yeah, you hit. I'll give you all hit locations rather than what it says on the kick table because it is called over.
Okay. So it's going to be 5 damage to someplace. I just rolled a 5. So that would be the obliterated right leg.
Yep, which would then go into the torso because
So that's the torso.
Yep.
Which
I do believe blows this up.
Yep. I think it's dead. Yeah, it's dead because it already took 3 damage to the. Yeah, it's dead. Okay, bye, Kit Fox.
Yep. Yeah, you step on this Kit Fox's like torso and it just blows up.
Yep,
a little bit. Alrighty. Deanna.
Oh my god! I just killed 2 Kit Foxes in 1 turn.
Boom.
Jesus. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, Deanna, you done got shot at.
Yeah, well, first things first, time to melt another one.
You do so.
And then I don't know if this is something I can do with a plot point or not. Your call. She is going to grab the one who dared insult her by the head with the claw. And, how do I want to word this? I think you will not live to regret that insult, Stravig, and then just tomato and fist him.
Yeah, like you're spending a plot point to do it, so yeah, I'll say that happens.
Because no, you do not, like, doesn't matter that she's bonded to them. You do not call her not named.
Alrighty. Ainsley or Johannes? Whoever would like to take the next narration can do so.
I guess I could do.
But I feel bad because once again I got the building with armed people fighting back.
So yeah, Ainsley would connect to our like shared personal
frequency.
Yeah, frequency and basically that I'm just gonna say what. Yeah. Does anybody need help? It's queer here. Like
if they have surrendered, secure them and investigate one of the other buildings.
They are secured.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. The pack rat does have a crew compartment in it, and if they're bound, may be able to put them in there. Maybe.
You want me to steal someone, don't you?
Well, you know,
It is the way of the clan.
Well, he's offer.
It is the way of the clan to
Yeah.
claim bondsman, Quiaf.
Mm,
yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
well, then I guess I would take them in groups of 5 and load into the pack rat.
There's like 5 of them in there.
Oh,
There weren't a lot in there. There were like a few
Great.
people. Yeah, there's like 5-6 people in there, maybe like 6 at the most.
great. And I'm just gonna take them all and roll them into the pack.
Well, that's handy.
Mm,
It
do I
can carry up to 10.
still
It
have
can carry up to 10.
Yeah.
Neat.
Oh, so I still have
Yeah,
Room
there's
to spare.
there's room for more hostages.
I
Please,
like I want
people.
to
Yes, bonds people.
We're giving them
Didn't
new
you-
employment.
didn't you hold on. Didn't Magic said that there were only 5?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, I put them in the car.
Yes.
I closed it.
Can I-
Do I still have movement or anything?
Yeah.
Okay,
Generally,
then-
movement only really matters within combat. Like, you could feasibly like go to another building if you wanted.
Okay, then
Close
I'm going to go help hold on. I forget everyone's names. Johannes. I will
Yes.
close on.
All right, I think he's still chilling in the pack rat, but yeah.
So I think to
So yeah, Johannes, you
Sorry,
see
yeah.
a bunch of people led into your pack rat and kind of thrown in the crew compartment.
Johannes's eyes nearly comes out of his skull as he is like shocked to see the like what is taking place. But this is the first time that he has seen essentially like uh, uh potential bondsman. So he's like, okay, huh? What is this? No, Johannes quickly pulls out his laser pistol just in case. Looks at Ainsley and says, "Wait, we're holding him here." Like, fine, very well. Just let me know what I need to go in, and then he kind of like waves his hand like very ever so slightly as to not be caught doing such a gesture, but because he is very frustrated at that moment, he does it very very quick and then goes to sit down and places his hand upon his forehead in frustration. Also making sure, of course, that the back hatch closes upon Ainsley leaving.
I still have the narration, or is it going to?
Well, are
Because
you
I
going
still.
What did you say that?
I
that
wanted
you...
to close in on the like administration building.
Okay, because you mentioned you wanted to go help Johannes, who's in the pack rat. So you're going to go help Deanna?
Didn't.
Johannes is still in the pack rat. Deanna is in the administration building in combat right now.
Okay, I'm just going to rush towards the administration building
Oakley
because
dokley.
I can't see Diana anywhere.
Oakley dokley. You can get to the airlock. And yeah, you can definitely hear sounds of combat coming from within.
Great.
So yeah, now it's Johannes.
Okay.
It is your narration.
So yeah, um, I'm assuming that the individuals are tied up essentially, right? Or we can just say that they
Yes.
were quickly.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've well, it was stated that they
Right.
were secured, so I kind of
All right. Good.
assumed
Yeah, yeah.
that
That's fine.
they were bound in some way.
Yeah, yeah. So Johannes, he double checks to make sure that the individuals that are captured are that their binds are secure, ever so cautiously, and not to make sure, and also not allowing any way that it could potentially like headbutt him or do any damage. So he's like very cautious. He then thinks of something quickly to say to soldiers. And oh, I'm sorry, these are techies, right?
Yeah, these are
Okay. Yeah.
technician cast.
Okay.
So really, other than clan
Johannes has
affiliation, they are your people.
yeah, yeah. Johannes while standing back up and give you one good glance at the Cathies, he holds his hands, looks to the side while pistol in right hand, and he looks back at them, and he has an idea. And then he said, and then knowing
Every
that
time you say those words, I lose a year of my life in this game.
I'm sorry, I spaced out. Which words?
I have an
I have-
idea.
I have an idea.
I have an idea.
Thanks, Johannes. Proceeds to do the most addle-brained thing Kirka's ever heard.
Johannes, let me see, because I'm thinking because he also have perception. Okay, uh, Johannes, Johannes does a quick glance, but like he he tries to see like if any of the techies like maybe an administrator or perhaps anyone that maybe of a higher rank within the group or someone that could potentially have um perhaps maybe like key cards or any type of equipment that only a higher official may have. So can can I do a perception on the soldiers? Sorry, on the techies for that.
Yeah, sure. Let me
All right.
just set a difficulty here. Okay, roll.
Okay. Perception 7, that'll be 8. 6 plus 8. 18.
Alrighty. So it looks like none of these techs were particularly high ranking. You do. One of them you do actually find a like a set of like a key ring with a whole bunch of keys on it. That's about the like the biggest thing that you find.
Hell yeah, we captured the janitor.
Okay. Okay. Um, Johannes reaches over to snatch the Johannes reaches over, snatches the keys, and then gets a it's a quick gets a quick look at it, and then he gives one big sigh of disappointment and shakes his head. This won't do. No, 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 no. He takes us a quick look and then essentially attaches the keys to his person, and he says, "Try anything. Please, don't try anything. If any of you wants to get hurt, I had enough already." Ah, he sits down, frustrated, looking at the captives, but then something startles him. Oh, wait. He types it into his into the dash and raises Diana again. Uh, I hates to be the bother, but I have to get into to the facility to gain access to to the network. Is there any way
Anyway,
perhaps that
You will
I
get into
can?
the facility as soon as there's nobody in here to shoot you with a laser rifle.
F. F.
I know you are impatient, but I do believe you would prefer to stay alive, Kiev.
F. Says it in a very disgruntled voice and just rubbing his brow in frustration and worry, waiting for a potential call out to him in what he thinks would be, is the system uh, captured yet, or like is the administration captured and the network secured. Like he is very anxious for that right now, as tension slowly mounts within him in both fear and frustration. And so he waits while looking at the captives within his pack rat.
Alrighty. So it is now the bad guy's turn. One of the people in the command structure fires at you, Deanna. And pew pew. Manages to hit for 4 damage. The other one is going to turn to the computer behind them and start typing. And it looks like they're punching in a bunch of commands. Outside, we have an adder. That's it. That's all.
Ice ferret.
Or sorry, ice ferret. Yes.
That has a streak SRM2, if I remember correctly, and nothing else.
Yep.
Okay.
And they're gonna try and fire it at you.
Well, yeah.
They're gonna try and get into point blank range and fire it at
Okay.
you. Not that it's gonna do any good, but yeah,
Okay.
no, it doesn't do any good. And yeah, that's all they got. So it's back to the top of the order.
Okay. Um. I'm just gonna kind of let it do its thing. I would like to train my weapons on it. And we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do this. I'm gonna reach out to it. To the to the one-armed ice ferret attempting to accost me. As you can see, I have dispatched the remainder of your star without significant trouble. You have a choice before you. You can either submit and allow me to claim you as bondsman in the name of Clan Iron Badger, or you can persist and allow your meager existence to end right now on this insignificant moon. Your choice.
The response that you receive comes in two forms. First, I would rather die than submit myself to the not named. And secondly, you're close enough, your communications equipment actually picks up on this. You hear a bit of static as the ice ferret lets out and a communication of some sort. You're not exactly sure what, but you think it might be some sort of like distress signal slash.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to burn a plot point to not allow that to happen. As soon as I hear the words "I would rather die," I'm going to Alpha Strike and delete them.
Oakley dokley.
So medium pulse lasers first. He's in point blank range. He's trying to be slick. Oh, that was only a +10. It needed to be a +12.
We can add 2 to that, so it's 18.
Yeah, so 18.
Yep, you hit.
Okay. So that's 5 damage to the. That's the 5. The right leg.
Oakley dokley. Yeah, that takes a bunch of armor off it.
Okay. Next is going to be the ER small lasers. I believe that seems a little high. I think that's right though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you
Okay.
hit.
Okay. That's the 9 that just got hit for 5 more damage. That's the other leg.
For 5 more damage?
F with the ER smalls.
Okay. Yep. You take a whole bunch of armor off that.
Okie dokie. And then we're going to do that again for the Ultra Auto Cannon.
I don't think there's a way that you can't hit. Yeah, no, you hit.
Okay. Actually, first I need to do the additional. No. So that's going to be 2 damage to the 3, which is the right arm, which is the one that has the SRM. So that's 2 damage to that.
Yep.
And then the LRMs. The real killer.
Yep.
Okay. So that's going to be a 2d6. Actually, I'm sorry. 2 separate d6. No extra damage. No extra damage. 8 damage to the 8, which is the torso, I think. Yeah.
Yep. And that strips the armor off of the torso. Alrighty. So it is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
It does. They do let off their little blip,
Damn. All right.
and Deanna.
All right. First things first, this one on the terminal needs to die.
Yep. And he does. You obliterate this motherfucker with your small laser.
Johannes, there's one left. One was just typing on the terminal back right. Move, move. And then she will look at the other one and offer them one final chance to surrender, because otherwise, they dead.
Alrighty. Johannes.
Okay. So on hearing the instruction, Johannes, I get up essentially and without haste, quickly open the. Let's see. Forget. Back right. Oh. Okay, so Johannes then leaves pack rat and immediately makes a dash towards the administration.
Mhm.
Gets inside and okay, so most of them are dead except for one, right?
Yep.
Which is being
There's one
held up?
dude.
Okay.
Well, there's one dude with a laser rifle in there.
Okay. Johannes kind of, crouch over and gets inside. Okay. Where's the comms? Monitor.
When he comes in, she would point out the terminal that was being typed on.
Okay. Johannes then gives a quick nod head towards the terminal. He quickly reaches for his data pad and connects it to whatever access point there is on the machine, and immediately begins running any possible scans to see if there's any encryption of sorts or any passwords needed
Okay.
to gain access to the system.
And do you have computers or something like that you can roll for me?
Yes, I will be running computer. Yes, so that'll be 8. Yeah, that'll be 7 plus 1. That's 8.
The +1 is expired now.
Oh, okay. So 7.
Yes.
Okay. 6 plus 7.
You still get it. Yeah, you managed to figure out what the encryption is after a moment of like furious typing and fiddling.
Okay. And then let's see. So yes, I figured out the encryption.
I will say you have enough time during this narration to do one more thing.
Okay. Johannes then tries to see if I can find the right term. He tries to essentially use a backdoor to try to gain access to the administration's top secret files, or a folder of which that may contain. Oh, no! Sorry. All right. So what Johannes is trying to do is he's trying to essentially gain control of the system.
Okay.
And what he's trying to do is he's trying to find out through administration access to identify the 4 other buildings that hasn't been explored yet, because that was a part of the mission. Johannes then attempts to find out, but I need to run a computer roll.
Yes, I will need a computer
Okay.
roll for that.
Okay, sounds good. And this will be to identify the buildings. 15.
Okay. It's gonna take you a little bit of time to do so. You won't be able to get the answer this turn. While you have broken the encryption, there are some things like the other security. The security is a little bit tighter than you expected. So like you're on your way to doing that. It's just gonna take you a little bit of time. Ainsley,
Yums.
it is your narration.
I know. So I'm going to uh enter the building.
Uh-huh.
And it's basically cleared, and there's only one person like who's not attacking.
Well, there
Yeah.
is one person who has a rifle, currently pointed at Deanna. But Johannes is in there as well. Has like run in there as well and is typing at the computer.
And then I'm shooting at the bastard with my laser because I don't.
That's fair. You weren't necessarily in the building to hear Deanna.
Yeah, so it's a D6 plus 9.
Yep.
Because my support weapons are 9.
Yeah, you melt this guy. I'm assuming you're using your small laser, not your SRMs.
Yes, I'm using my small laser.
Yeah, you delete this guy off the face of the planet. There's a nice big hole in his chest now. And that facility has been cleared. The Ice Ferret, that's his activation, and he's once again going to try and shoot Kirka with his Streak 2.
As he stated, he would rather die.
Yeah. Yep, it doesn't fire. It is your activation.
If I had a, just gotta, let's see, hold on. Do I have an appropriate do I have an appropriate sound for this on this soundboard that I've been collecting stuff on over the years? Basically, well, no. Unfortunately, no. Actually, no, this might work. The closest I got. Another Alpha Strike on this Ice Ferret.
You hit. I'm not even going to bother rolling because there's no way they can avoid that.
5 more damage to the right leg, apparently. Jesus Christ.
That takes leg off. Now piloting check.
Uh-huh.
I do believe that's still... Yeah, that's going to be a success. So they don't take any damage. Well, to themselves anyway. However, they take 2 damage to the 6.
That's the torso.
Which is the torso.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's going to trigger a crit because you had taken all the armor off the torso.
Uh-huh.
That is going to be a crit.
Okay.
2d5.
Oh. Engine shielding damaged. 1 heat token at the end of the turn. A second engine crit destroys the engine, which destroys the mech.
Oof. Okay, so it's generating a little bit of heat. Not that it can't dissipate it, but it's still generating a bit of heat. Alrighty. Your next shot.
ER Smalls.
They might be able to.
There's no. But wait, did I forgot?
The +1 doesn't apply anymore.
Yeah,
It
the
is
+1 doesn't apply, but it is immobile.
Not technically. It still has movement 1.
Ah. Okay.
So you do manage to miss.
Fuck. Okay.
And also, all of these shots go off at once, so I would assume that they would still have their piloting, at least for this round, to be able to attempt to avoid.
No, that's totally valid.
So your next shot
UAC 5.
hits.
Extra damage. Neg. To the 2. That's the torso with floating crit.
And well, that's
funsies.
Oh yeah,
that is a kill.
Yeah, technically that would be 2 crits because it's internal already. Plus, you get your floating.
Yeah.
A crit to the 7.
Well,
yeah, 1 crit and 1 not.
1 crit, 1 not. The crit is to the 3, which is the gyro. Not that it matters.
Yeah, no.
I think it's killed.
Yeah, this is definitely a mech kill. So how does that look?
So how this looks. How this looks. Kirka fires the medium pulse lasers, bringing them, melting together essentially the joints in the leg, causing it to lock as the Ice Ferret tries to run on it, which then causes it to collapse in on itself and crumple down, which causes damage to the engine. And there's a little flash as the Ice Ferret's engine's shielding takes a hit. This causes the ER small lasers to miss because she was just kind of aiming at the mech, and then it suddenly dropped below it. But at this point, she's just interested. At this point, Kirka wants the damn thing dead. So she's going to walk up to it. She's going to kick it over and pin it down with one of her feet, so that she's basically perched on top of this, like a predator about to deal the killing blow on its prey. Over comms at this pilot. You have wished to die, and die you shall. Fires the ultra cannon. And then the gyro goes down, and it causes a chain reaction, which essentially which causes a flash of radiation to burn up into the cockpit. So the pilot's incinerated by the failure of the reactor.
Nice.
Kirka then immediately, after confirming the kill, begins to make her way towards the facility, but first radios up to the Anakuma.
Okay.
Star Commander Kirka Anakuma, please come in.
This is Anakuma.
Mech forces protecting the facility have been neutralized, and I have just received confirmation that the armory and administrative building has been captured. Unfortunately, there was an unidentified signal that was released from one of the mechs before I disabled it. They may or may not be onto us.
Half. I will advise Star Captain Mellis. One moment. And line goes dead for a moment. Not very long at all. And you hear the comms officer's voice come back. Be advised, Command Star is dropping on far side of the moon as we see engine activity. Right Claw will not be available for the duration of that. Be sure to fully secure the facility and try and get any facility defenses online, if there are any.
Understood. Can we expect technician and warrior support in order to facilitate that process?
Once Left Claw returns to the Anakuma with Jet, we will send some technicians down to assist.
Copy. Thank you. And then next step would be to patch through to our lovely infantry. Status update.
Administration building secure. Moving to sweep the rest of the facility.
Copy that. If there are any automated defenses, activate them. We may be expecting some company in the near future.
Johannes, you heard the Star Commander.
Yes.
Johannes would have.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because he's not in his vehicle at the moment.
Oh. Yeah, he's not in the vehicle anymore.
Does he not have an earpiece?
Oh yeah. He
Yeah.
has this communicator. Yes.
Oh yeah, you did say you were bringing that. So yeah, you would have heard it.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm a
communicator
dummy.
Yes. Yes. We're in the system. Heavy encryption. Nothing it can handle.
Good. Handle it. Switch the IFF to our frequency.
F will do.
And I'm going
Switching.
to, with that, I'm going to cut comms because I don't want to hear him babble. And I'm going to stay at range to make sure that if the turrets do come online, that they don't paint me as a hostile before he gets the IFF changed over, because still don't trust him.
That's entirely fair. Alrighty. Deanna, what would you like to do?
On the way out, same way I came in, which I'm assuming is past Ainsley. I'm just simply going to say, take the first south building. I'm heading north. And then do exactly as I said. Crap. Can I doodle on here? I think
Yeah.
I can doodle on here.
Yep, you can doodle.
Yep.
Yeah, like, I don't know if you see the purple square, but I'm going for that one.
I don't see the purple square.
Oh, the building on top of the administration
Okay, yeah,
center.
there.
Oh, I can see the ping.
Oh, you're
yeah.
using the pointer, the laser pointer.
Yeah, using the laser pointer.
Yep.
Use the. Yep. Okay. Yep. We see you.
You're going there. Yep. I'll say that you can get into that building. Are you going to try and go through the door, or are you going to try and pull an Ainsley and Kool-Aid Man through?
You
Cut
cut
out.
out, sir.
Are you going to go through the door, or are you going to try and pull an Ainsley and Kool-Aid Man through?
No, we'll keep it pressurized for now. We might need people to go in there.
Alrighty. You get in that building. Well, the outer airlock, you kind of have to actually break into the outside of the airlock to get in, as it is locked. However, the inside it isn't. So you can get through that door. There's a hiss of air until you close it behind you. And you find yourself in a mess hall.
Is said mess hall occupied?
There are about 6 people in kind of grungy overalls. They look like laborers.
Or
they were
janitors.
they were in the middle of a meal.
Even in the 31st century, mid-rats is still a thing.
And they look confused and frightened. Because they know elementals, but they don't know why an elemental would be attacking their facility.
Well, at which point I suppose we'll turn on the speaker and just ask, you do not intend to resist, Quinnick?
You hear a resounding nag. I wouldn't dare attack a warrior caste.
Shelter here. We will make sure you're extracted when it's over.
Can we continue? Can we keep eating?
Half.
And yeah, they're kind of looking at you, kind of side eyeing you, but
No,
shakily.
she'll honor her. She'll honor her offer. If they're gonna
Yeah.
shelter and not resist, she'll leave them be.
Elementals are still scary, though. For somebody who is not a warrior.
Well, I think for someone who's in a pack rat, also they are scary.
Yeah, that is not...
Yeah. So Ainsley, what are you up to? You going to the southern building?
You mean the long building under the armory?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to. No, I don't want to. Ainsley man it. Yeah, I'm going to just go in the door, and what do I see?
Already, you're able to fairly easily get into this building, actually. And this looks to be essentially like a mech hangar. Although it's completely empty at the moment. You see a setup for basically you see 10 empty mech gantries.
Hmm. So it's basically a silo for mechs.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's like nobody in this building at the moment other than that.
Hmm.
If you would like, you can start moving along to another building.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was going to someone else. Okay. I guess
Like you can start. Like you won't be able to get into another building,
yeah,
but if you want, you can like.
try to get to the building to the no,
Uh,
south of it.
East would be because the building you're in is like the southernmost building. The other two buildings
Oh,
are to the
yeah,
east.
yeah. East, south. Uh, yeah, I figured it out.
Eh, eh.
Yeah, yeah, I already figured it out.
Alrighty, so yeah, you're moving along to the next building. Johannes, you
Hey.
manage at this point to get into the base's computers. It's taken a
Right.
little bit because like I said, the encryption was a little bit
A
stronger
little more
than what you
difficult.
thought.
Yeah.
But after a bit, you manage to get in. Um, and you can see that there are uh in like the menu that you're in, um you can fairly easily find or sorry, you see there's communication logs, um base defense, uh, administrative records, um and self-destruct.
Okay. That's right. Um, without going anywhere else, uh, I see. Um, well, first immediately made sure that base IFF was reconfigured to now um, recognize, like, essentially recognize us as friendly to make sure that there is no uh, complications with the security, and
Okay.
then I will then attempt to gain access into the base defense
Mm-hmm.
and attempt to identify how many turrets are there and come back online. Or sorry, bring them online if they're off, because I'm not. sure if we discussed that they were turrets. Any?
Okay. Give me a single computer roll for all of that, please and thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, you managed to get everything changed over properly. You bring the turrets online, and it looks like there are 4 turrets, but only 3 of them are functional. One seems to have an error pop up when you try to activate it. But you do have 3/4 of the base defenses uh, active.
Um, and I like to, let's see. Am I able to identify the error at this turn, or would I need to
You can
spend
make
a plot
a
point?
well. Okay, so yeah, if you want to do it this turn, you would have to spend a plot point. Otherwise, you can roll and take the time to figure out what the error is.
Uh, what? Wasting. I like to spend a plot point to attempt to. Yes, I like to spend a plot point to get this error corrected and turret online.
So the plot point, you can spend the plot point to figure out what the error is.
Oh, to figure out what the error is.
Yeah.
Okay.
To fix it, you would require a roll on a subsequent turn. But with the plot point spend, you find out that one of the basically one of the connections in the armory is not functional for some reason. Like essentially you can trace the power, like where the power is going and stuff like that.
Right.
And it seems like, there might be a damaged like physical connection somewhere within the armory building.
I may know why it's not working.
It could be because
Okay.
somebody went through a
Yeah.
wall.
Could be.
And now, currently at this time, I have no other actions I can perform.
That is correct.
Okay.
So after a few moments, Ainsley gets to the last remaining mystery building, and it once you gain access to the building, it turns out that that was actually a secondary munitions cache. There's no weapons in there, but there's a whole bunch of ammunition. Um, all of it seems to be mech grade ammo.
I guess Ainsley would come up to the uh, show communications and say, building square, this is a secondary ammo cache. Just because.
Okay. Copy. Thank you for checking. And with that, now that all the buildings have been identified and I can see that the turrets are up and running and I am not being shot at, radio back up to the Onokuma.
This is the Onokuma.
Facility is 100% cleared and secured. The base defenses are online, awaiting further instructions.
Very well. Star Captain Mellis is engaging the remaining forces on the moon with his command star. Looks like we have everything wrapping up presently. We will be sending Left Claw in with Tex and a retrieval team for Jet's mech first, and then we will be retrieving you all second. Hold position, and we will get you all out of there.
Copy, standing by. Over and out. And then I'll pass that along to the other three. All right. Mission seems to be wrapping up. Make sure we will be awaiting the Left Claw. They're going to pick up Jet and his gargoyle first, make sure that everything's taken care of there, and then they'll be by to take care of us. So we just need to make sure that nothing bad happens until then.
Understood. Northwest is a mess hall, 6 laborers. They are cooperating.
Fantastic. How is the pack rat doing?
Parked, full of technicians. I will be moving on the barracks shortly.
Understood. And with that, yeah, I'm going to start making my way towards the facility and eventually take up position closest to wherever that action is, just in case something winds up spilling over towards us.
Alrighty. So the action, as far as has been relayed to you, is kind of like northwest.
Okay.
However, from the east, there's a single mech signature closing in.
Oh, neat.
It looks to be a heavy.
Very neat.
It is a little bit too far out of range as yet to see what exactly it is.
Just a moment, my cat is pacing at the door.
Yep, no worries. I'm petting my cat with my foot. Hey, ew. And then she got overexcited. Cat claws in the bottom of the foot, not comfortable. It wasn't even the foot I was petting her with either. It's the one I was using as a pivot point.
You should have betted with both. How could you not understand?
Well, she wasn't in a position where that was possible.
Okay. Alrighty, back. So, not quite able to pick up the heavy mech that's closing in on us from the east. Got it.
So, side note, my brain is slowly starting to melt.
Alrighty, a few moments later, you, like, the thin atmosphere of the planet kind of makes it sound a lot quieter than you would expect. You hear a bunch of explosions to the east. As you pick up the on your sensors, Kirka, you pick up the basically the IFF of some of the Anakuma's aerospace contingent, as they seem to be lighting this mech up. Anakuma to Kirka.
Go ahead.
We seem to there seems to be a mad dog that is approaching from the east. Our aerospace are dealing with it. Left Claw will be landing shortly to pick up yourself and the rest of your star. And dropping off some forces to remain on site until we can deal with the Isorla.
Understood. Let me know if I need to be. Let me know if the aerospace needs any assistance.
A few moments later, a dropship lands just to the north of the camp. There are a few techs with some breathing equipment that run out. One of them kind of radios up to you with their personal communicator. We're here to take over. You all get back up shipside for some rest.
Sounds good. Good luck down here.
And yeah. So we will call that here, especially since Cheer's brain is melting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, not a problem. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to say another 5 XP because that fight with the star was a little deadlier than I would have anticipated.
Yeah. I was mildly upset when all of a sudden Jet got headshot.
That was unexpected.
Very unexpected. I was just like, oh, okay, so it's a 5v1. Okay.
And unlike the simulator battle, you come out on top.
Yeah. Yeah, unlike the simulator battle, it wasn't against an elite star of heavies and assaults. As a fun fact, I just pulled every Mechwarrior from the back of the book with all of their equipment, with all their hardware and skills.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Wait, so you've just basically pulled the most strongest X?
Mm-hmm. Gargoyle config alpha with a UAC 26 ER medium lasers, a Timby Prime, a Hellbringer Prime, a Firemoth Prime, and a what the fuck is the fifth one? I don't quite remember. A Nova, I think it is. Yeah, a Nova.
Yeah, that would be a difficult fight. 1v5.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, there is one last thing that happens as kind of an like a postscript for this mission. About 2 days later, Star Captain Mellis calls you all to the mech bay, actually. actually calling everybody essentially that can leave their post to the mech bay.
Oh boy, and all hands.
Deanna, please come forward.
You can almost see a little bit of dread on her face, but she does do as told.
You have proven yourself a capable member of this crew and this clan. And in front of all assembled here, and at that point, with no further words, and faster than you would anticipate for someone who is not an elemental, he grabs your arm that has the bond cord on it, and in one smooth motion, cuts it with his other hand. Honorable and capable warriors like yourself are what we need right now. And you have proven that you are both of those things. Welcome fully to Clan Iron Badger.
Thank you, Star Captain. I see that you have quite a bit of practice at this.
I have been told previously that I am a man of many talents. And with that, that will be the end of the session.
Can I make what Inslee does while this ceremony is in the way?
Sure, but you would have expected to be there for the ceremony.
No, on the ceremony,
Okay, yeah.
I'm standing there,
If it's not standing at attention, you're probably going to call down some heat. I'm just going to warn you now.
Very good. Shane.
so when Diana gets called to what's the process called?
Which process?
That just happened.
There's no strict name for it. It's I
Oh.
mean, the closest thing to it is a bond cutting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cord cutting. It's a cord cutting ceremony.
Basically, that when Diana was called to do the bond cutting, you all could, mostly Diana could see pride and a glimpse of jealousy in her eyes. That's it.
Alrighty. So yeah.
Totally valid.
Very much so. So yeah, that was definitely a fun session.
No more messing around trying to get a turret on the back right because Johannes got scolded.
Also, I find because magic, because you did this ceremony, I finally have an idea what to write an after session, like an actual story.
Nice.
So
Hell yeah.
thank you.
Nice.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And in the words of Christopher Walken, there was a firefight.
Very much so.
Okay, I'm going
That was a
to
really good
hit
one.
the bed.
Yeah, of course. Spokojnej noci.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Sleep well.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, that was a wild.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was wild. I feel
You know,
bad that
I was
you're
gonna.
taking the short end on buildings and within them.
Yeah, you know, I was actually gonna add something myself, but then I saw it was done really good, and I didn't want it to, like add, but I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, that honestly, that was a very I really like honestly, my imagination is very vivid. Like I could see like everyone at the mech bay for the ceremony, and like the bond cutting. Like wow, that was just really good. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, and I saw that.
Yeah.
Stig started writing the after session blurb immediately.
Yeah, I gotta get this out before I forget it between
I was-
now and tomorrow morning.
I was about to say, it's like, oh no, this Deanna is going to have some feelings about this.
Yep. Yep. To be fair, that's kind of why I was like, you know what? This week is going to be versus Clan Wolf.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Because, yeah, like, we fucked with the Jade Falcon enough. We fucked with the Plagueis a little bit.
hmm
Now it's time to play with
And
Clan
that's
Wolf
why
a
she
bit.
was hiding the simulator, because it's like, fuck me, I have to fight my own.
Yeah. And then there's that whole conversation that Kirka and Deanna had in the between session thread.
Yep.
Yeah, and I noticed at the
So-
very beginning that you picked up on something from the thread and asked a question. You know, as we're there in the briefing and you realize that, oh shit, that's her unit. Maybe we should do the garrison people instead.
Yeah.
I mean, I was considering going with the more elite unit, but I don't think the more elite unit would leave a Star of Light Omnimax there to watch over the place.
No. And you would have a very big problem on your hand is if Deanna realized that she was fighting her friends. Because, yeah, the 279th was what she was what she fought with before she was injured.
Yeah.
Which is just complete fucking coincidence, and we keep having those in this game.
It's all things considered, it's a small universe.
I'll be with this in a minute. My cat decided to go ape shit and like knock my keyboard and mouse and a few other things off of my coffee table.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was the oh what that you heard
Cats
from me.
Cats being cats.
Yep. She saw a ghost or something.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow, that knocked the sewing kit a ways off too.
Oof.
It's fine, it's fully enclosed. I don't have to worry about stepping on needles or anything like that.
How
That's
do
good.
you? I have a quick question, right? The in between session RP thread, like essentially we voice our characters can like role play various situations that aren't like story changing on there.
Well, okay. So the in between session RP threat thing is for essentially anything that would be happening shipside. So
Okay.
that's basically just to develop the story of the crew itself and provide a little bit more life outside of the actual session interaction.
Yeah, same
Um,
with the after session
yeah.
blurbs that Stig and I have been writing. Same purpose.
Yeah.
Which is why I keep inviting you to do that, because I know you're interested in it.
I know I will. And actually, I was just thinking about it, and I have an entire story that I would love to do, but um,
As far as
and
we went the first time,
and to
I'm
share,
half
yeah.
tempted to suggest you create like a new forum channel so that we can
Yeah.
keep the thing separate, because we did what, like 40, 50 posts there?
50.
I mean,
And,
yeah,
and none of them were
definitely.
short.
You want to start? I mean, can we start one together?
Start it.
Okay.
If Johannes wants to do something, then Johannes should do something. Like, that's the whole idea.
Alright,
Because
so
again,
that's good. And I got-
Kirka,
yeah.
because again, Kirka does not like Johannes. So if Johannes wants to do something with Kirka, he's going to have to initiate.
Gee, I wonder what gave me that impression.
I haven't. I actually have a very good, like, I'm not gonna say like what's gonna happen, but essentially like
Yeah, I was about
what
to
is
say.
this like after the whole?
Don't tell me.
Oh,
Don't
okay,
tell me.
okay.
Don't tell
Okay.
me.
I got you.
okay. So I made a new just text channel. That
Perfect.
way we can use threads to do it
I like
and
that.
keep everything self-contained like that.
I like that idea. That's great.
Okay, sounds good. So what we gotta do is just make a new thread within the in betweens sessions RP thread, the new one, and then we're good.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
basically the first person just
Okay.
makes a post and then everybody responds to that post in a thread, in like the same thread, and keeps the story going in that thread. And then
Oh, okay.
if somebody wants to do a different scene, they would start their own post type deal.
You're cutting in and out, dude.
Oh, sorry. Probably because I'm like looking away from the microphone. But yeah, so essentially each new scene is its own post and the interactions for that scene are done in a thread for that post. If that makes sense.
You were cutting in and out, but
Yeah, you're
so just to summarize though, so you don't have to repeat it. Any in between session character interactions, start a new thread, and it will be played out in there just so that it's all in one place.
Yep.
Yeah. There we go. Perfect.
okay. And then to create. Oh, okay, I see it. Create a thread. All right.
Yeah. So first person makes a post, and then everybody else responds in a thread to that post.
Alrighty. I got
Uh-huh.
something really juicy in mind.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Specify. I mean, set the scene up too,
Oh,
just so that we know what's going on. You know.
Oh yeah. So
Well, no, don't
Oh,
say it. In the initial
yep,
thread, provide context.
yes.
Okay. So the one that's in the forum thing is now locked. So it can't really be responded to. Because I think that one kind of ran its course.
Yeah, I'd say so. Go away, AMD.
And yeah, to be fair, the whole bond cutting of the Tornvault crew is what gave me the idea for doing Deanna's bond cutting.
I was wondering.
Well, also I was thinking about it too. Like, at this point, Deanna had gone on a number of missions successfully, and it was about that time. Like, I was figuring I was going to do something like that sooner or later. Anyway, so I was like, this is the perfect time to do that.
Hell yeah.
I was actually going to do it in that little like RP thread had that scene been described out. I was kind of waiting for that, and then I was going to jump in afterwards and be like, there's one more bond to cut.
Ow.
But
Yeah, I was out of ideas.
Yeah,
And
it was.
once
I
it's
think it was fine to let it kind of run its course after that. Like,
part of me didn't
leave it a
wanna-
little ambiguous.
Yeah, and part of me didn't want to make you like think up all that stuff and put you on the spot like that.
Yeah, that's fair. But no, yeah, my logic was simply like the way I saw it. Like the scene was the interaction in the med bay. Like after that, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this happens off screen, and whatever happens off screen happens off screen.
yeah,
You know?
that's entirely fair.
Oh yeah, the RPs. Like, along like, but first off, like, I just want to say, like, it's honestly really is so much fun, like, experiencing all this. Like, Jade, I gotta say, thank you so much for introducing me to Magic and everyone. I am so happy to be here.
Yeah,
You
of
know,
course. Yeah,
it's
I
as scary as as action packed and as scary as some of the sessions would be. Like as someone who loves to RP and like just that feeling of raw emotion plus my very vivid imagination like really gets me hyped for what's to come because it's kind of like I just see this situation like someone who is a very who's a very good very who's very great like Mechwarrior, and then someone who doesn't pilot any mechs, but yet like when when I heard that Johannes sees all of the different functions of the base on his monitor, especially the self destruct, it's kind of like you have two different powers here. Like you got like this whole base could blow up because of me, and that's so worrying, and that's why
Mhm.
it worries me. But then you have someone who does it was not behind computer, but is essentially side of a big machine. So you have two essentially powerful forces at play. I'm just like, whoa, this is so cool.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I could definitely see I could definitely feel the tension.
Hmm.
As to what's going on. And yeah, I'm so excited for the RP thread. Like, you won't be disappointed.
Now you're building it up for me. I better not be disappointed. But
Yeah, no.
but yeah, like that's the
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be
yeah.
good. Like, I'm really inspired. It's gonna be good. And and just to top it all off, like, you know, uh, yeah. Actually, no. I don't want to. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I tend to run my mouth too much. Yeah. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Yeah. Yeah, don't spoil it.
Yep.
But yeah, the one, yeah, no, I have legitimately enjoyed you being in here, and your character has definitely provided a lot of interesting foils to the other characters here, being the one non-warrior of the bunch, and it's been like I've been really intrigued by Johannes's like me as the player, not as the character I'm speaking as here, has been
Yeah.
really intrigued by Johannes's like reaching for trying to be a warrior. Like that's been interesting for me as a as a player, because it's like, okay, this presents interesting opportunities for Kirka, because like on one hand, yeah, she does firmly believe that if people have the ability to do something, that they should do it. On the other hand, she's also paying attention to the fact that she's responsible for these people's lives. And she is paranoid about possibly losing someone, especially if it's because of something that she had no control over. So, like, the reason why and like, I'll give you this little tidbit. The reason why she snaps at Johanna so much is because she's afraid his reach is going to he's going to bite off more than he could chew and get himself killed before she can do anything to correct it.
Yeah.
Because, like, the last thing she wants is for another death to be hanging over her head and not have been able to do anything about it because, you know, it did the equivalent of the baby drinking too much bleach or something like that. It's just like, well, fuck. Like, I was responsible for this knucklehead, and then he went off and got himself killed. Good job. Good job, Kirka. Great job.
Yeah, he decided to, you know, ram a tank or something like that.
Yeah, ran into a tank and the flamer and decided to ram a tank and something about the flamer backfired and triggered the SRM ammo and blew himself up. Wonderful. That's another death on my head. Trying to avoid those.
Also, Hack, you're incredibly evil. Like, had last session not gone the way it did, I would be so freaking tempted to grab that Mad Dog just because it's one of my favorite mechs, like the player.
Oof.
Yeah, that's fair. There will probably be more chances to end up acquiring a Mad Dog.
Nah, the Marauder is a perfect story for her. Like, maybe try to grab an engine at one point with some of the things I have up Samantha's sleeve, but
Yeah, no, I like the symbolism of the Marauder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this also gives you all more clan tech to play with, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the last thing that Kirka needs is more pulse lasers. Just kidding. I'm not going to abuse that. The 2 media pulse lasers are nasty enough as it is. Like, I don't want to further optimize this build because it's already teetering on OP.
yeah. Showing you up because that's your job?
Well, I mean, I don't think Kirka would be upset about being shown up necessarily.
I would feel bad about hogging spotlight.
Nah.
I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about this system is everybody, basically every turn, gets the chance to hog the spotlight a little bit.
Yeah. And honestly, I've been feeling bad about just the sheer amount of like ass I kick in these sessions. Like, I took down a star of Clan Omnimex by myself. Granted, they were lights and a medium, but that's still 5 versus 1, and I came out, all things considered, relatively unscathed. That's absurd.
Yeah.
And that's been consistent for this entire process. Like, please take the spotlight, take more spotlight. Like, it shouldn't be just another boring Saturday where Kirka goes and deletes half of a, like 3/4 of a standing garrison's fighting force over the course of like 5 minutes. Like, come on. By all means, go crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say though, like, hearing you narrate the battle sequences, like, It's honestly a pleasure to hear because I honestly enjoyed every single one, and I was on my toes at some points. I was like I wonder what's gonna happen next because it's it's once again that sense of tension where it's like, oh man, okay, she's targeting this mech. Okay, that takes down that one. Gets the arm, blown off. But then all of a sudden, like that one mech, that one Kit Fox decides to get ballsy and says, "No, he's not gonna die." And I'm like, oh, I could just imagine like me as the player, but also picturing the others kind of like listening in, or like just it's really good. Like honestly, I would say it gives me the same kind of joy like if I'm and I know it's well